Good afternoon. Hope you're having a great weekend. It is Sunday, I think it's May 31st. I know it's Sunday. 4:22 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Local time here in Marion, Illinois. So I am just now leaving the shop. I tried to do a shop video, but it got interrupted because I had to pause it to talk to the mechanic. And then I had to interrupt the video to pull up my Love's reward card on the app because I didn't have my wallet with me. And when I switch the apps, it closes out of the video and corrupts it. In 800 feet, use the left lane to take a slight left onto Morgan Avenue. Let me get on the interstate and I'll tell you what's been going on today. It's been a very interesting day. I should already be like shut down south of Memphis right now. Then you'll use the left lane to take the I-57 south ramp to Cairo. This Savannah here, they have this ridiculous setup. Trying to be fancy. It's just really confusing driving on these roadways that aren't standard. Use the left lane to take the I-57 south ramp. Son of a biscuit. Okay. I can go on a red here. In a quarter mile, merge on I-57 south. The car behind me that was merged on behind me jumped out and blocked traffic and started flashing their lights at me to get out. Not all heroes wear capes. All right, so I'm sweating like crazy. So let's try to do the short version of the story, and then maybe I'll elaborate later. So I did the drop and hook this morning at the Continental Tire in Mount Vernon. I can't remember what in the hell time I got there. I want to say it was like 6 o'clock this morning. And a second here. All trucks use left lane, and most of the trucks in front of me are in the left lane, so I'm going to get over there. I have an opening finally to do it. So I picked up the trailer this morning. I delivered the trailer, and then I hooked up to the empty. And I've been having issues with my electrical line for a while. I actually ordered a new electrical line last night, and it's being delivered to an Amazon drop box on this route. But I ran into an issue with my next trailer that I couldn't wait on a new electrical line. So I hooked up to this trailer, and it had the exact same lights out that the last trailer had out. And I'm like, well, that's not a coincidence. That has to be my electrical cord. So I've been having issues where I've been having, problems with some trailers, but not all trailers. And I thought it might have just been a trailer issue, that the two front clearance lights and the license plate light did not work on the trailer. So I was like, okay, we'll see what happens on the next trailer. So I hook up to the next trailer, exact same lights are not working on the next trailer. So I'm like, okay, that's my electrical line.
There's construction ahead.
So I went to a Love's about 2 miles away in Mount Vernon that does not have a shop, and I bought a new electrical cord for $110. Installed it, and now I have a completely different problem. Now, almost no lights are working. It's gotten worse. Now the only lights that are working are my flashers. So turn signals and four ways, they work, but no marker lights, no clearance lights. None of the lights on the back of the trailer, on the side of the trailer, on the front of the trailer. The turn signal lights are not staying illuminated. They're only flashing. None of the lights are staying solid on. They're only flashing when I have my turn signals or four ways on. So I'm like, maybe I blew a fuse. So I checked my fuse panel in the dash, and I checked two different light control modules, and I looked on Google, and Google's AI told me that it was the two fuses called light control or something like that. And I checked both of those, and they were good. So I drove 10 miles south to another Love's to put it in the shop, and they told me they wouldn't be able to get to it till tomorrow. So I went across the street from the Love's in Ina to some small business truck shop. I can't remember the name of it. A Road Devil or something like that. I can't remember. So we have conflicting signs. We have construction signs that say trucks use the left lane, and we have a way station sign that says trucks use the right lane. I'm going to obey the construction signs. Well, shit. I see a whole bunch of trucks pulling in, and this son of a bitch is open. Are you kidding me? What kind of jackass has an open scale in this construction? And they're pulling everybody in. So the small business,
In 600 feet, take the ramp drive.
he brings out this thing. I told him, I said, I don't know if it's the truck or the new electrical line or if it's the trailer. And he brings out this little tester, plugs it into my electrical cord. They're bypassing everyone. Like, why in the hell are you even pulling us through here if you're going to bypass us all? Everybody's getting bypassed.
Continue for half a mile.
So this is a complete waste of time. running us all through the way station. We're not going across any scales or anything. They're just running everybody through the way station to waste our damn time. Bunch of jackasses. There's probably not even anyone there. And I'm on a really tight schedule now.
In 600 feet, merge on I-57 south.
And screw the left lane. I'm not obeying the construction signs anymore. So he plugs this thing into my electrical cord, and he says that I'm getting all the electrical signals from the truck. So it has to be a trailer issue. And he looks underneath the trailer, the front of the trailer, just right underneath the front of the trailer, and he says the harness needs to be replaced on this trailer and all the electrical needs to be redone. He said, this is a rat's nest. I'm not touching this. He said, you need to take that to a dealer. He told me I needed to take it to Freightliner, and I don't know why in the hell he said Freightliner. What's going on with this truck? We have an arrow that says move over to the right up ahead, so do we have a left lane closure? I'm slowing down to let this guy back over, but he's going 50 miles an hour, man. Why in the hell are you going 50 miles an hour, bro? Now he's speeding up. So yeah, he says that it is a trailer issue, but he's not willing to work on it because it's such a mess. All right, we're about to get out of the construction. So then I call TSD's maintenance number, a company called TTN or something like that, to ask them what in the hell they want me to do. And they created a work order, and they told me somebody called me back. So I sat around for like 5 minutes and nobody called me, and I was like, you know what? They're going to ask me if I want to do a road call or if I want to go to another shop, and they're just going to start calling shops in the direction I'm going. So while I'm sitting here waiting, I might as well just try to speed up the process and start calling shops. So I called the next shop I could find in the direction I was going, and it was another Love's in, where in the hell was I just at? Marion, Illinois. Right lane closed. 2.5 miles. So Marion, Illinois Love's. I call them, and they said that they have 3 PMs in front of me, but somebody else might get in line before I get there. They can't make reservations. I have to be there physically to get a spot. So I said, I'm on my way, and it was 30 miles. So I start heading that direction. Halfway there, TTN calls me. I'm going to slow down because we got single lane coming up. Halfway there, TTN calls me, and I tell them that I'm on my way to the Loves south of Ina. I didn't know what town it was. And they said, Mount Vernon? I said, no, that's north of Ina. That's where I started. So I said, I started at the Loves north of Ina, at the Mount Vernon. And then I went to, or not Mount Ina. I started at the Loves in Mount Vernon. And then I went south to the Loves Ina. Now I'm going further south to the next Loves, which I don't know what town that is. They said Marion. And I said, yeah, that sounds right. I know it's 30 miles south of Ina. And so they said, okay, we'll call them. And then they called me back a couple minutes later, and they said, we can't set up a reservation for you. Whenever you get there, you get checked in, call us, and we'll call them back. We can't set up the ticket until you get there. I was like, all right. So I get there, set up the ticket, call them, wait for like 4 or 5 hours. And they get me in. And I told the mechanic the same, story I told you that I told. I've told that story like 6 times to everybody. To the Loves mechanic in Ina, or not the mechanic, but the front desk person in Ina. They wanted to know what was going on, so I told them. And then I told the mechanic across the street at the small business. And then I told the first person I called at the TTN phone number who set up the work order. And then I told Loves in Marion. And then I told the TTN person that called me on the phone later. And then I told the mechanic who actually started working on the trailer. I feel like I've told this story a dozen times. I didn't tell it as in detail as I'm telling you right now. Just a second here. I'm catching up with TransX again. And I've got another truck that just popped out and is passing me right now. And the Loves mechanic hooks up his thing that he calls a mutt to the trailer, and he has completely different lights that work and don't work. Like, some of the lights are working for him that don't work for me, and some of the lights that work for me don't work for him. And I'm like, what's going on, man? Is the wiring in the trailer just shorting stuff out? Because he looked at the wiring in the trailer and he was like, yeah, I've never seen a wiring that bad. There's all kinds of cut wires that aren't connected. And then there's things that are spliced into the wiring. And a lot of the wiring where it's spliced, I mean, there's a lot of splices. And almost none of the splices have any kind of, like, I don't know what you call it. There's nothing covering them up. They're just exposed wires. Like, there are wires that are just twisted together, and that's it. They're just twisted together. They don't have electrical tape around them or anything. There's a cop with their lights on behind me. I'm not sure if they pulled over somebody behind me or if they're coming down the road. I can't see them anymore. But way about a mile behind me, it looks like the cop's not moving. I think they pulled over somebody behind me. And we're going into some nasty weather. Whenever I set up this trip on Google, it said you're driving into a thunderstorm warning. That means we're going to get the windows washed. That is awesome. So he looks at that jumbled mess and he's like, man, this is crazy. And I said, yeah, I think the first thing that we should do, though, is just make sure that it's not an issue with my truck or the electrical cord. Because I know that guy tested it, but I'm not sure if he did like adequate testing. I'm not sure what exactly he did to test it. He told me it was definitely the trailer, but I don't know for sure. And we're getting something different with your thing than we're getting with my thing. So he tested my electric cord with his equipment, and he was getting the same outcome with his equipment where like the same lights were working with my electric cord as his electric cord. And he was like, well, let's double check the fuses on your truck. And I opened up the fuse panel. I'd already checked the fuses. And he went in there and looked through my fuses. And I said, I already checked the two that were listed as light control. And they're both good. I looked up online, and that's what those are the fuses it told me to check. He said, no, there should be fuses that are specifically labeled trailer. And I said, there's nothing in that fuse box I could find that said trailer. And he said, do you have another fuse box? And I said, yes. And he asked where it was, and I said, it's in the engine compartment. So we popped open the engine, popped open that fuel box, and it was full of trailer fuses. I stopped checking fuses because that guy at the shop told me it was definitely a trailer problem. I was going to check that fuse box in the truck, but that guy told me it was definitely a trailer problem. So we checked the fuses, the trailer fuses, and there were two blown fuses. One for the marker lights and one for the clearance lights. Replaced them. Now all of the lights on the trailer are working. And I said, okay, well, here's the deal. I don't want to pay for this. I don't think this is my problem. I think that these fuses blew because of that jacked up wiring on the trailer. And I've already spent, over $100 buying a new electrical cord. I think I've invested enough into this problem. I said, so can we tell TTN that those fuses blew because of all that faulty wiring, and you can go back there and fix that wiring, all that exposed wiring? And he said, yeah, let me go talk with my, I don't know what in the hell he called it, the front desk person. So he went up there for 10 minutes, and then he came back and he told me, let's go up there and check you out. And I said, check me out? You're not going to fix that wiring, and he said, no, I don't have enough time today to fix that wiring. That's gonna be just too much. Like he said that he doesn't know where all those wires go. There's so many cut wires that are just not connected to anything, and so many wires that are the wrong color because they've had different color wiring spliced in, and it's just a mess. He said it would take a very long time to rewire all of that. And I said, so you're just going to do the diagnostic charge to... All right, it looks like it's going to start raining pretty hard right up at the top of this hill. I saw a whole bunch of rain come flying around that truck. Right here. It's about to start dumping. That guy threw his four-ways on. Yeah, buddy. Let's get some windows cleaned. Make sure we got the engine brake in the off position, not in automatic or on. Turn the cruise off and get the windows clean. Oh, this is light rain. This is nothing. It's probably going to get worse. We did get the window clean already. So he was like, yeah, we're just going to charge TTN the diagnostic fee, no charge to you. And I said, well, hopefully it doesn't blow any more fuses with all those exposed wires. And he said, yeah, hopefully you can make it wherever you're going. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on the trailer lights and see if I blow any more fuses. And the crappy thing is, the way these trailers are designed, they have ridges going all down the sides. So I cannot see any of the lights while I'm driving on the trailer. The only time I can see the lights damn it, bro. I don't want to be this close to you, but you are really skittish. This guy keeps slamming on his damn brakes in front of me. I don't want to go fast, but I also don't want the person in front of me, like, dropping 10 to 20 miles an hour every time a drop of rain hits their window. And this jackass has sped up and is just riding alongside me. Like, how stupid can you possibly be? This guy is so uncomfortable that he's driving with his four-ways on, and he's choosing to speed match me and drive alongside me. Like, it is incredibly dangerous to drive along another vehicle, especially on slick roads or in bad weather. Like, this guy is brainless. Or girl, I don't know which it is. I didn't get a look at them. Sorry to leave the ladies out. I know the ladies are just as stupid as the guys. It's a trans expert. But yeah, the only way I can see the trailer lights is whenever I'm in a sharp turn. All right, now it's starting to dump. I don't want to pass this person right now because the wind is hitting really hard and the rain is coming down pretty hard. I don't want to get alongside of them until I can fly by them, and they've sped up. I sped up to fly by them, and they sped up with me. Come on, bro, don't do this. Don't speed match me, you jackass. What the hell is wrong with you? Just don't speed up while I'm passing you. Why do people do this? This is so dangerous. He is speed matching me going alongside me right now. What kind of fucking idiots are these people? He was doing 55 and I sped up to 65 to get around him faster, and he sped up with me. This is the second one in a row that's done this to me. Fucking moron. Sorry for the language. He is still sitting alongside me. I'm up to 74 miles an hour trying to get past this dumb shit. And he just keeps speeding up with me, sitting alongside me. What the fuck is wrong with people? I finally made it past him. Why would you want to drive alongside somebody in these conditions? These people are brainless. Now, what I would normally do is in this turn, I would take the turn really sharp. I would cut across the lane to look at my light and make sure my light's on. But I don't want to jerk the wheel hard on these roads. I'm quite certain that the way they have this trailer configured is illegal, because you're supposed to be able to see your ABS light while you're driving. And you cannot see the ABS light on this trailer while you're driving because it's behind like one of these ridges. You have these ridges that stick out like, I don't know, 2 or 3 inches, and you have several of them down the trailer. And you can't see any of the marker lights or clearance lights or anything down the side of the trailer because of them. Son of them. Going down a single lane. Well, at least the car is not like dropping down to 25 miles an hour. And single lane's almost over. And this person that I just passed a minute ago is truly an idiot. Because now, after I pass them, they are speeding, the rain lightened up a little bit, now they're trying to catch up with me. They did not slow down through the construction. And they're on my ass right now. When I was behind this person, they were doing 55 miles an hour. Now they're out here doing 70 or more. I slowed down to 60 for the construction, and now I'm back up to 70. So anyway, yeah, I don't know if the lights are going to continue working, especially now that it started raining and we have all of that exposed wiring. But this trailer's already blown 2 fuses. So I texted Caitlin whenever I picked not when I picked the trailer up, because I wasn't sure what was going on. I wanted to wait until I figured out what the trailer situation was before I texted her, because I wanted to give her an ETA. So once I got actually checked into the shop, I texted her and told her that I had to put the trailer in the shop for an electrical issue with the lights, and I'll send her an ETA whenever I get out of the shop. So whenever I got out of the shop, I sent her my ETA and told her that they were not able to fully fix the trailer. It needs a lot of electrical work, so just a heads up in case you guys want to route it to your shop. And she said she'd let the maintenance department know. These 2 cars are just speed matching me. I can't stand it when people do this crap. They were going slower than me. I caught up with them, and then once I got close to them, they sped up and started speed matching me. So now they're just sitting in front of me like a hood ornament. This is extremely common behavior. People don't like to be passed. They think of driving on these roads like a line or something like that. And they think, when people pass them, they're cutting in line. So I have people, what I call yo-yoing in front of me all of the time. They want to go slower than me, but they also want to be in front of me. So they'll go slow And then whenever they slow down enough that I get close to them, then they'll speed back up again. They'll get a ways away in front of me, and they'll slow back down. They'll relax. And then when I get close to them again, they'll speed back up. They just yo-yo like that, back and forth in front of me. And that's what this gray car is doing. The SUV in front of it seems to be more consistent. I think the SUV might be using cruise control. The gray car is yo-yoing. And if I get so close that I'm going to pass the SUV that's probably using cruise, that gray car will pass the SUV. There goes the gray car. Passing the SUV because I'm getting close. I'm about to pass. They don't want me in front of them. Now the gray car doesn't know what to do. They're out in front. The gray car thought I was trying to pass it, and it took off. Like, no truck in front of me. So yeah, I have no idea if my trailer lights are working right now. I cannot see them. Let's try in this turn. No, I have somebody behind me. I don't want somebody to think there's something wrong with me, because I need to take the turn so sharp that I would go into the other lane to be able to see the rear marker light. It is just such horrible trailer design. It makes it impossible to check the ABS on the trailer without somebody to help you check the light, because whenever you apply electricity to the trailer, it goes through a diagnostic, and it only turns the ABS light on for about 2 seconds. So you don't have enough time to like plug it in and run to the back of the trailer to see if the ABS light is on. I can't run 53 feet in 2 seconds. And it's actually less time than that, because as soon as it the electricity hits it, it starts the timer. So you would have to time your run to be the exact moment that the electricity kicks in, not the moment that you get the plug all the way in all the way. So it'd be really hard to time it. So you're going to lose like a half a second to a second just plugging the damn thing in. Well, at least the gray car has found other trucks that it doesn't want to be behind, and it just keeps going faster and faster, passing more and more trucks. So it's not loitering around me. That's awesome. So you have a nice big wasted day. I was able to do a little bit of a sleeper split. So I was able to basically extend my 14-hour clock, and that's what's allowing me to drive right now. If I didn't do the sleeper break, then I would be out of my 14-hour clock right now. But the first half of the sleeper split paused my 14-hour clock. So I'm going to be able to get all of my drive time during this drive shift. I'm just going to be running about quite a bit late, actually. I'm going to be running way late. So 6 a.m. until it's 5 p.m. right now. I should have started driving at about 7 a.m. and instead I started driving at about, I don't know, when did I start driving? Like, when did I start this video? Was it 4:20 or something like that? Video's been going for 48 minutes. So, yeah, right around 4:20. I think it was 4:22 when I started the video. So 7 to 4. I've been dealing with these trailer lights since like 7 a.m. So 7 to 4. About 9 hours behind schedule. So I'm expecting to be there in Addis at about 1 p.m. tomorrow. And I should be there. I should have been there at like 4 a.m. So what's going to happen tomorrow is I'm going to have to just go to Addis. Well, in my next drive shift, so what time am I going to end this drive shift? Let me recalculate. because I gave her this estimate before I took off. Second, I have a text message. Oh, that's the text message from Caitlin. Wow, I think they had some high winds through here. A lot of the construction signs are blown over and they're in the roadway.
Welcome to Missouri.
Welcome to Missouri. All right, 244 miles. That's right at 4 hours. It is 5:14, so about 9 p.m. Somewhere in the ballpark of 9:30 p.m. is when this drive shift should end. So I start driving again at 7 a.m. and I don't know the exact mileage. Start driving again at 7 a.m. and I think it's about 300 miles. I think there's going to be about 300 miles left to Addis. So that'll be about 5 hours. That'll be about noon. So yeah, 1 p.m. will be tough because I plan on stopping to get fuel. So my 1 p.m. ETA is going to be a little tight on the schedule to make that. And once I pick the load up, I should still have like 6 hours of drive time left. So I'll be able to turn around I got the bypass. I should be able to turn around and way station is closed. Should be able to turn around and drive quite a ways back toward Addis. Those are some big ass loads. Oversized loads at the way station. I wonder if they were having permit issues or just taking a break. Because it looked like there were two trailers and one of them was disconnected. The truck was disconnected from the trailer. I didn't look over there to see if the truck was parked in that area or if they were gone. Why do they have a southbound sign talking about a right lane closure on the northbound side? That is confusing. All right, let's grab some tropical punch. All right, the roads are dry enough that next time we're in a turn, I'm going to try to turn sharp enough that I can see the trailer lights. I tried right then, and I can't get it over far enough. At night, I can see barely. I can see the glow of the lights on the road to tell that they're on. You know, I might be able to do a sleeper split. I just don't know if it'd be worth it. On a sleeper split, I would gain about 300 miles. And that should be enough to get me down to Addis. But all of that 9 hours I wasted today was not all like one big long sleeper. I only had my sleeper split was like 5 hours. I don't know, 5 hours and some minutes. I forget exactly how many, but it wasn't 7 hours. It has to be 7 hours to be the long side of a sleeper split. You can do a 7.3 or an 8.2. I think those are the only two options. You used to be able to do sleeper splits of any length as long as the two of them combined. Oh, well, not any length. They had to be a minimum of 2 hours, and the two of them had to combine to be 10 hours. Those were the original rules with a sleeper split. So you can do like 5 5s and 6 4s and stuff like that. And that made it pretty easy to fix disruptions like this. You know, I just spent 5 hours and 39 minutes, 49 minutes in the sleeper, whatever it was. Well, now I can go drive and then spend 4 hours and however many minutes in the sleeper and got my hours back. And basically, the disruption didn't count. It really helped a lot with disruptions like this. But any kind of sleeper split is better than none. And I think they actually got rid of the sleeper split for several years. I'm not sure. I wasn't a truck driver for a long time. Whenever I first became a truck driver in like 2003, 2004, they told me that the sleeper split had just been implemented. It was brand new and nobody knew how it worked. And I had to test on it and train on it. And so, and even my instructor at Swift and my orientation at Swift and my instructors in CDL school, none of them understood the sleeper split very well. They understood just the absolute basics of it. So I had to study up on it on my own. It wasn't that difficult to learn, but I remember I got inspected a lot back then. I've been inspected hardly at all since I've been in trucking the second time, but the first time I was in trucking, I got inspected all the time. And when I was doing sleeper splits, every time they would check my logbook, they'd flip it open, see the sleeper splits, and they just close it and hand it back to me. They wouldn't check it, because most of the DOT officers did not understand sleeper splits. And when I got back into trucking and I was at USA Truck, they disabled sleeper splits shortly after I started there because they were getting so many hours of service violations because nobody understood how to do sleeper splits. And after a couple of weeks or a month or something, they said that they would allow sleeper splits, but only if you completed some class, some training or something, and you didn't have any hours of service violations. And if you ever did get an hours of service violations, then they would disable it. So I had to jump through some hoops to get sleeper split re-enabled again with USA Truck. I don't know how people are getting these hours of service violations with the ELDs the way they are, but they pretty much tell you how many hours you have. It's really hard to screw it up. The only hours of service violation that I can remember ever having and it's not something I ever got like a violation for or anything like that. It was just something that I screwed up on my hours of service. There's been a couple of times I've screwed up and I forgot to switch over to on-duty fueling whenever I was fueling up. What happened was I was waiting in line to fuel and I went into sleeper berth. And then when I started fueling, I forgot to change out of sleeper berth into on duty. So I was sleeper berth during the fueling. And Landstar tracks that. Landstar checks your fueling time versus your hours of service log, and you'll get a little notice on your board, your like main page at Landstar of hours of service violations, and it'll tell you what your violation was and when it occurred. But they track that. If you ever fuel up without going on duty, you'll get a little notice on your hours of service violation page on your profile at Landstar. But aside from that, the only hours of service violation I can remember ever having was when I was at USA Truck. I was cutting it really, really close on my 8-hour break requirement. I was trying to avoid taking a 30-minute break before my fuel stop, and I was making it just barely to my fuel stop. And I made it. I managed to make it to my fuel stop. But whenever I got into my fuel stop, the truck stop, the fuel island was such a mess. Like, there was so much chaos at the fuel island that I forgot to change over to, like, on-duty fueling or sleeper or something else like that. I forgot to get off the drive line. And then, like, a minute into violation, I looked over and I was like, oh my God, I forgot. And I switched over into on-duty fueling or sleeper or whatever in the hell I flipped into. And USA Truck called me. They're like, hey, I see you went into violation. Can you explain what happened? And I told them, what happened was there was chaos at the fuel island. I was cutting it really close, so I got distracted with the chaos at the fuel island. And I had received so many alerts about getting close to an hours of service violation that I started ignoring the alerts. That's the problem with these ELDs, is they send you so many alerts about potential hours. Like, this ELD starts warning you when you're an hour away from your violation. That's crazy. That's like every drive shift, this thing's warning me that I'm an hour from violation. And then it just keeps spamming more and more warnings. So it gets to the point where you just ignore them. And that's what happened with me. I got to the point where I just ignored it.
South toward Memphis. Take exit 1A.
All right, this turn should be sharp enough that I should be able to see the lights. Yes, the lights are on. Awesome. We have an oversized load we're merging in next to. Hopefully they're not speeding. I don't know how many oversized loads there are in that convoy. I got really lucky merging on in front of them instead of behind them and having to pass them all. I can see 2 of them. I don't know if there's any more. Alright, looks like we got a tanker on the shoulder. I've got 4-wheelers slow passing me. This 4-wheeler might make it by before I get to the tanker. Oh, they had a nasty drive tire blowout. Left rear outer. I'm not sure if the inner was blown. Didn't get that good of a look at it. 216 miles until I get to the mom and pop truck stop. This asshole slowed down in front of me. This asshole sped up to 75 to get in front of me. And now that they're in front of me, they slowed down below 70. I've got my cruise set at 70. I can't stand jackasses that do this. I'm doing 70 right now and passing them. I'm going to speed up to 72 to get around him faster. Like, why the hell would you do that? He's up there talking on his damn phone. He's holding his phone in front of his face, talking on speaker. I hope he exits right here at Love's. And he did not exit. So once his dumbass finishes texting or talking on his phone or whatever in the hell he's doing, he's probably going to speed up to 75 and pass me again. It's really windy. It's strange because I'm looking at the trees to kind of see how windy it is, and I'm seeing hardly any movement in the trees. But I can feel the wind in the truck, and I can hear the wind ripping by. Yeah, the idiot on his phone has sped up and is sitting behind me, speed matching me. So what's going on with Iran? Nothing. It's just more propaganda, more throwing crap at the wall. The U.S. government is saying that we're moments away from signing a deal with Iran. And the last thing I heard from Iran is that we're nowhere close to signing a deal. We've just had some verbal, I wouldn't even call them agreements, some verbal progress on some non-important issues. Like, we still have major issues like nuclear and the Strait of Hormuz and stuff like that. And Iran and the United States have red lines on those things. Iran said that they're not going to negotiate nuclear. They're not going to negotiate the Strait of Hormuz. And the United States has said that any deal is going to include complete, and a complete end to Iran's nuclear weapons program. That means that all of their uranium that's highly enriched, they have to give it up. And they have to completely shut down their nuclear weapons program and never do it again. And the Strait of Hormuz has to be fully reopened with no tolls, no impediments of any kind. And those are just like two of there are other points of contention where both sides have put their foot in the ground and said they're not budging on these things. So I don't see how in the world we could be close to an agreement or some kind of deal. And the U.S. government, the Trump administration, the Trump regime, whatever you want to call it, has been lying about the war since the war started. When the war started, the pretext for the war was that Iran was 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. Did any of our intelligence agencies tell President Trump that? No. Where did he get that information? Israel. Israel has been saying that for like 2 decades, that Iran's a couple of weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. It is not true. So we started this war under false pretenses because Trump is an idiot. Sorry, I was just watching that car that flew past me and cut me off for an exit. And starting on like day 2 of the war, Trump said that we'd won the war and the war was going to be over within, the next 5 seconds or something. He's been saying that ever since like day 2 of the war, that we've completely destroyed Iran. They've got nothing left and they're begging for mercy. And this is all going to be over in the next 5 seconds. He's been saying that basically since the war started. I don't believe him anymore. I didn't believe him a long time ago. There's still a lot of people who believe him. But we're getting a tremendous amount of propaganda out of the Trump administration about the war being over and the war being won and all kinds of crap like that. I don't believe it. But even if somehow through whatever the war were to end tomorrow and the Strait of Hormuz were to fully reopen tomorrow, the supply chain disruption wouldn't be resolved for months, possibly years. We would have some ships moving through the Strait of Hormuz, but they would have to follow a very specific route to avoid mines. And the Pentagon said it would take about 6 months to clear the mines. And then you have a lot of infrastructure, ships, lots of things in the supply chain that have been damaged or destroyed because of this war. And it would take days, weeks, months, years to repair or replace all of those things. All right, we got a four-wheeler on the shoulder, and I've got 2 cars alongside me right now. I don't see anybody on the fog line, so we're just going to roll. Wow, are you kidding me? That car has its lights flashing, and it's stickered. Maybe it's been sitting there for a couple of days, and they just got out to the car to fix it. But I would expect there to be another vehicle if that were the case. Batteries are lasting a really long time if that thing has been sitting there flashing its 4 ways long enough to have a sticker on the car. The hell's going on over here? That truck that's passing right there was flashing its lights like crazy. So yeah, they said like a couple of days ago that we could have a deal signed within the next couple of hours. That didn't happen. And whenever they came out and they said all that stuff, Iran came out and said that they're not close to a deal, and that the United States is lying about the political situation and the war situation to the world for two reasons. One was to like appease their supporters, because there's a whole bunch of people that want Trump to do certain things. So he's saying that he's doing those things. And I forget what the other reason was, but it's something to manipulate financial markets or something like that. Which is basically, yeah, that's what's going on. And there's a headline that Iran has made concessions on nukes. So Trump is threatening that they're going to go back to war if we don't sign a good deal. So Trump is saying that Iran has agreed to refrain from acquiring or developing nuclear weapons. That's what he's claiming. He's lied so much that I don't know what to trust. Like, I don't believe him. I don't believe anything he says. But I also don't trust Iran. So we're in this weird situation where we're being lied to so much, and we don't have direct access to information. Like, you can be put in jail over in the Middle East for doing journalism, basically, like reporting on things that are happening over there. You can go to jail. Like recording missile strikes, like uploading videos of missiles hitting and stuff like that. You can go to prison for that over in the Middle East. Like, they have an incredible lockdown on the information. So the only sources that we're getting this information from are extremely biased, and they're constantly lying. So we really have no idea what's going on over the Middle East. We have no idea what's going on in these negotiations. And we're just expected to trust the information coming out of untrustworthy sources. And Trump has, it's not just a habit, it's apparently, from what I've heard, it is his philosophy. He had some mentor when he was younger that taught him like certain things. I forgot the list of things. There are like 3 things. And one of them was to like state what you want. Like, state things are the way that you want them to be. I forget exactly how it's worded, but it's basically like just make shit up. Like, it's intimidation is what it is. Give you an example. I don't know exactly how it's worded, but an example would be something like this. Let's say that, you know, you have Trump and then you have Bob. And Trump has never met Bob. And he's in a social setting with Bob. And it would be in Trump's interest if he and Bob were friends, because he's talking with Tom and Tom likes Bob. And he's trying to get something from Tom. So while he's talking with Tom, while Bob's there, he tells Tom, yeah, Bob and I, you know, we get along great. You know, we're friends, and, you know, he's amazing. And he talks Bob up, says a whole bunch of positive things about Bob, and says that, you know, they hang out all the time, they're good friends and all that stuff. They really like each other. Well, none of that's true. Bob knows none of that's true. Trump knows none of that's true, but Tom doesn't. And whenever you do that, whenever you put a person in that position, if you say it confidently enough, you can intimidate the person, you can intimidate Bob so much that he won't say anything about it. He won't correct you. He'll just go along with it. Especially if you're making him look good. You know, you're saying good things about him, you're talking him up to Tom as well. So you're both looking good. That is like one of Trump's like core philosophies that he got from his mentor. So whenever he comes out and says shit, he's oftentimes just saying things that he wants to happen, or he wants them to be this way, but they're not really that way. Like he comes across as a pathological liar. Other people claim he's just like a narcissist. And yeah, I think that's true. I think anyone that gets into a high-level leadership like president has to be a narcissist to be able to pursue something like that. The level of effort, the level of dedication required to get into a high-level leadership position, it's really hard for someone who's not a narcissist to get into a position like that. So I don't knock Trump for being a narcissist. I think that's just normal for people in high-level leadership positions. What do we got in the road up here? Nope, nothing. It's just a mirage. I am quite confident that things are going to get really bad in a couple of months. And I am just trying to stack money as much as I can right now. I want to get as much money on this dedicated run as I can until it ends. Man, I want to take a shower. I was going to take a shower at Love's, but I didn't know when they were going to call me into the shop. And then once I got into the shop, I was going to ask them, like, how long is it going to take? And then I was going to go take a shower, and then it didn't take very long. And then once we got finished, I was like, well, I'm probably going to be out of my 14 by the time we finish, so I'll just take my 10 here and I'll take a shower. But then when we finished, I still had like 5 hours of drive time. It's like, I'm going to drive that out. So my plan is to take a shower in my next drive shift. And I'll probably end up taking the shower at the end of my drive shift. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to top off fuel in Macomb, go pick up the load, and then on my way back, I'm going to top off fuel again in Macomb at the TA and take my 10-hour break, and I'll take a shower there then. So let's talk about money, but first, why haven't I uploaded a lot of driving videos lately? Why have I been missing a lot of driving videos? Well, I've been recording them, but there's been interruptions to the videos where, like, I've gotten phone calls or something's happened where I, interrupted the video for whatever reason. And then I've had a few locations where my internet was just so bad I couldn't upload the videos. And I can only have like one driving video on my phone at a time. So I could either sit around for a couple of days trying to upload the video, or I can just delete it and start a new video. And I don't like uploading videos a few days after I record them. If I can't upload the videos immediately after I record them, then I generally just delete them. So let's talk about money. How much money have I made so far on the account? I think today is day 17 on the account. Thursday, this past Thursday, was the second Thursday on the account, so that'd be 14 days. 15, 16, 17. I think this is day 17. And counting the load that I delivered this morning, I've made almost $20,000 gross to the truck on this account. I do have some pretty big fuel costs coming out of that. So how much have I been paid so far? I've been paid $8,000 something. Almost $9,000. My very first settlement had $3,400 on it, roughly, and my second had about $5,400. So I think it was around $8,800 across my first two settlements. I don't know how much is going to be on this settlement because I don't know if the load this morning is going to be paid on this settlement. If the load from this morning is paid on this settlement, it's going to be like $11,100 on the settlement on Tuesday. If it's not, then it's going to be about $3,500 or $3,600 less. So instead of 11,100, it'll be, just a second here, I've got a line of cars alongside me, and the car in the front of the line has slowed down and is sitting here speed matching me. Now it's sped up and it's passing. So I think it'll be about 7,500 on the settlement if it does not include the load that I delivered today. And if it does include that load, then it'll be like 11,100. And it's not that I made that much. It's just rollover from other weeks. The Landstar agent was Johnny on the spot for the first week. He was processing all of my loads like immediately. And he told me whenever I first started the contract, he made it sound like he was desperate for money. Whenever I first started the contract, he asked me to, well, he didn't ask me, he said, if you send me the, if you submit the load, right after you deliver the load, if you submit it and you send me a copy of the bill of lading, then I can get the payment processed instantly and get you paid faster and get me paid faster. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, I normally do that anyway. And I don't really live settlement to settlement, so I know there's a lot of drivers out here that live settlement to settlement, and like it makes a really big deal to them how much money they get on each settlement. Me, I really just care about getting paid for loads. I don't really care if it's on this settlement or next week's settlement. Of course, I don't want to get paid like a month from now, but it really doesn't matter to me whether it's on this settlement or next week's settlement. The only time that I am concerned about what's showing up on what settlement is when my COM data account gets low. I try to always keep around $3,000 in the COM data account because Landstar's fuel card is a prepaid fuel card. So if you don't have money in that account, you don't get Landstar's discount. And I don't know of any way to put money on that account other than to get paid for a load. So I try to always keep money in my COM data account. And if you get low, then I'll have to do a trip advance. So the way trip advances work, I don't remember the details of exactly how trip advances work, but it's something like this. Whenever you book a load, you're able to request a trip advance on that load of 100% of the fuel surcharge and I think 30% of the line haul. So you can request a trip advance of a pretty big chunk of the load that you haven't even done yet. And it'll immediately get put on your comm data card, like within seconds, whenever you request the trip advance. I know that there are a lot of drivers who always do trip advances. I hardly ever do trip advances. I don't like dealing with the extra lines on my settlements because I do my own bookkeeping, and I don't like having to deal with the extra crap on my settlements, trying to figure out what in the hell it is and how to put it into my books. There was some really, really, really bad information given out by, he used to be called Trucking with Ryan or something like that. He used to be a Landstar driver, and he quit trucking and became a mechanic, opened up his own mechanic business, and now it's like Trucking and Fixing with Ryan or something is his YouTube channel. I'm not sure if he was the only one perpetuating this nonsense, but, and you know, I could be wrong. It might have been, I might be getting him confused with another Landstar driver. I'm like 90% sure it was him, but it could have been another Landstar driver that was perpetuating this nonsense. Somebody was telling people on YouTube that you should always do trip advances of every load for the maximum amount for tax reasons, because it's tax deductible. That is not true. The only thing I can think of on why someone would imagine that's true is they had somebody doing their bookkeeping that did not understand what that trip advance was. They had someone that was doing their bookkeeping that was bad at bookkeeping. And they probably logged those trip advances as some type of expense, as a tax write-off, which you're not supposed to do. That's called fraud. So there is no tax benefit to doing a trip advance. I just want to crush any myth that anyone has heard about that. If anyone is getting any kind of tax benefit, if your taxes are being reduced because you're doing trip advances, then either someone is intentionally, committing fraud on your taxes, or someone doesn't know what they're doing and they're miscategorizing those trip advances on your bookkeeping and thus on your taxes. There is absolutely zero benefit to doing trip advances. It does not help you in any way on your taxes. And I've heard of lots of things that truckers do to commit tax fraud. I don't know exactly what people are doing to commit trip advance tax fraud, but one of my CDL instructors was bragging about this tax person in Oklahoma City that does his taxes for him. And he said she specializes in trucker taxes, and she's amazing. And she also does bookkeeping. Way station is closed. Welcome to Arkansas.
Welcome to Arkansas.
And he was telling me that she will basically commit tax fraud for you. What he was telling me was that what he would do, she was probably ignorant of what he was doing. I doubt she was intentionally creating tax fraud, because I remember her getting really defensive whenever I brought up like something that somebody told me. There was some accounting place that was trying to sell me on doing my bookkeeping and taxes for me, and they were telling me that there were ways that I could reduce my taxes by giving myself loans, like doing business loans to myself. And she got really defensive about it, and she said that's tax fraud. As a pass-through entity, a sole proprietor, you can't do that. And I said, well, I think he said that I needed to do like an S corp or something like that to be able to do that. And she's like, well, I'm not sure about that, but it sounds like fraud. She got really defensive about it. So she seemed like the type of person that would not willingly commit fraud. But he told me that he would submit his receipts for fuel, and she would just process those instead of like his actual what he paid for fuel after discounts. Because, like, take me for example. I have receipts from TA, Petro, Pilot Flying J, Loves, whoever I buy fuel from. I get receipts from them for the fuel that I purchase. And those receipts are for full price. Well, I also get card activity statements from my fuel card. And that has the actual amount that I pay for fuel after discounts. So that, what you're supposed to be putting on your bookkeeping and on your taxes is the actual amount that you pay after discount for fuel, not the fictitious amount on the fuel receipt that you're not actually paying. That is another form of fraud. And he was saying that he would submit the fuel receipts where, you know, like at Landstar, you could be paying $1 less a gallon for that. If you're putting in 200 gallons, then that's $200 of fuel that you're claiming that you paid for that you didn't. And he said that that's what he would do when he filed his taxes with this woman. And she would file it for him. Most bookkeeping services that are familiar with trucking, if you attempt to do that, they will call you out on it and tell you, they will refuse, because that gets them tied up in fraud. And they can get in trouble for that. So I don't think that she was willingly doing that. I think that he was just lying to her and she didn't catch him. But that's another way that truck drivers commit fraud, is by misreporting their fuel. They use their fuel receipts instead of their actual fuel card statements as the amount of money they're paying for fuel. Are you going to get caught doing any of these types of fraud? Not likely. the IRS doesn't audit many people. It's highly unlikely that you're going to get caught. But if you're doing any of these types of fraud, you might as well be just adding, numbers to your write-offs. Like, why would you even go through you shouldn't even bother with keeping, fake receipts. Because if you get audited and IRS goes and looks at all your fake receipts, they're going to ask for the real receipts. Those fake receipts are pointless. They're only useful if you're trying to trick your bookkeeper or your person filing your taxes. If you're doing your own taxes like I do myself, then those types of fraud are the equivalent to just, adding an extra $10,000, $20,000 to your write-offs. Just add another 10 or 20 grand in there. Because if you get audited, all those fake receipts are worthless. I don't commit any fraud on my taxes. I don't do any of those shady things. And I did use that woman that the CDL instructor recommended. I used her my first year in trucking, and she was horrible at my taxes. I expected if I was going to pay for somebody to do my taxes for me, that they were going to try to get me as many discounts as possible. They were going to try to get me, and she was focused on getting me to pay as much as possible. She didn't ask me about anything on the write-offs. She didn't ask me about any write-offs that I might have potentially not been getting. I had to bring up things to her, like writing off part of my house. I have a 3,600 square foot house. The maximum you can write off for a business is 300 square feet for the standard deduction on a house. I forget if it's 300 or 400 square feet, but I have the maximum allotted for business use in my house. And she fought with me on that. And she didn't want to put it on there. And we argued back and forth. And she was like, it has to be exclusive business use only. It can't be used for multiple things. And that's not true either. And I had to tell her it was exclusive business use and 300 feet, really? You have 300 feet? And I said, I have a 3,600 square foot home. I had, she was really rude about it. And she wouldn't let me write off my communications. Well, she tried not to let me write off my communications, my internet and my phone and stuff like that. She's like, you can't write this stuff off. I was like, why not? She's like, it has to be business use. It can't be multi-use. And I said, that internet right there is just for my truck. I have separate internet for my house. And she huffed and puffed. I was like, what the fuck is the point of paying you to do my taxes if you're fighting to get me to pay as much as you possibly can? And so she was fighting me on all my write-offs, and there was not a single write-off that she mentioned that I might be missing out on. So she didn't help me at all with my write-offs. All my write-offs I had to fight for. And if I hadn't known about any of those write-offs, I wouldn't have gotten them. And I was paying her for bookkeeping and tax. She charged me $700 to file my taxes, and $400 or $500. It's $100 a month to do bookkeeping. and I forget how many months I paid her. I paid her like a lot of money. It's like $1,500 or something to file my taxes and do bookkeeping. And she screwed up on everything. Once I got out of there, she told me I owed. Let's see, we got a cop just lit somebody up. Nope, they're exiting. I can't tell if they're exiting or if they pulled somebody to the shoulder. They pulled somebody to the shoulder. But yeah, the numbers that she told me did not jive. Like, I didn't figure out like exactly what my numbers should be, but I had like a rough idea of what my numbers should be. I was like, that doesn't make any sense, because she said that I owed like a crazy amount in taxes, like $9,000 in taxes that she said that I owed. Like $7,000 to federal and $2,000 to state or something like that. And I sent the checks off. I paid like $9,000 in taxes my first year in trucking. I was like, that just doesn't make any damn sense. Like, I was a company driver for the first part of the year, paying into taxes for like half the year. I was only an owner operator for about 6 months out of the year, and I didn't make that much money. And I already paid in, a few $1,000s in taxes. So I think my total taxes, including the amount that I'd already paid, that I paid in my first year, was like $13,000 or $15,000 in taxes. And I went back, and like after I paid all my taxes, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. This is crazy. So I started, I went through and I actually did all of my own bookkeeping. I spent about a week going through doing all of my bookkeeping, putting it all into a spreadsheet, and figuring it all out myself, figuring out how much taxes I owed. And I found out that in her bookkeeping, she did not process an entire quarter. 3 months. 3 months of write-offs were not in my bookkeeping. She didn't process them. I sent them to her, and she did not put them in my bookkeeping. So I had 3 months of write-offs that were not in my write-offs. And there was I can't remember the other things. There was a whole bunch of crap that she screwed up on, and I didn't estimate. I figured out exactly how much I owed in taxes, and I overpaid my taxes by several $1,000s. It was like $5,000 or $7,000 overpayment in taxes, and I never refiled a correction on my taxes. So I just overpaid the IRS like $7,000 that year because of that idiot. And I paid her like $1,500 for the privilege of screwing me over. And ever since then, I started doing my own bookkeeping and my own taxes. I've always done my own taxes my whole life. There's only been like 3 times that anyone's ever done my taxes for me. Once was the very first time I filed taxes. I was living with my aunt and uncle, and they wanted to claim me as a dependent. H&R Block was filing their taxes for them, and they said that they would get some really amazing write-offs if they filed me as a dependent. And I said, fine, sure, yes. So my first year, H&R Block filed my taxes with my aunt and uncles. And so that was one time that somebody else filed my taxes for me. Another time was a coworker of mine told me that he had a buddy that did taxes. And he told me to go and get my taxes done by him, and he would hook me up and give me a deal. And he was amazing at taxes, and it would be really cheap. It would be cheaper than doing it myself with TurboTax, because I'd always done my own taxes with TurboTax. And he said, oh, it'll be cheaper than TurboTax, because I was paying like $125 for TurboTax. So I went down there, gave the guy all my crap. My taxes were not difficult. The only thing difficult about my taxes back then was my stock stuff. I had quite a few stock trades, and I was invested into royalty trust and special Ks and stuff like that, which are not very difficult, but they can be a little difficult on tax filing if you don't understand them. And that moron did not know how to file my taxes. I had to instruct them on how to file my damn taxes. And he charged me like $350 to file my taxes. He didn't give me any discount at all. And he screwed up on my taxes. This time, he told me that, I forget what he told. He told me that I owed taxes or something. It's like, no, I don't owe any taxes. And I forget what the deal was. He was telling me that I owed the state of Oklahoma. He was telling me that I was getting a federal refund, but I owed the state of Oklahoma a bunch of money. I was like, no, I don't owe the state of Oklahoma a bunch of money. And he got very confrontational, very arrogant, telling me I didn't know what I was talking about. And he's the accountant and, all that stupid crap. I've been doing this, super trucker talk. I'm right because I've been doing this for 30 years. So I argued with him, and I would not relent. Most people would, if somebody gets that confrontational with most people, especially about something that you're not an expert on, most people will cave, and they will just kind of give up in the argument when somebody just tries to bully you like that and intimidate you. But me, no, I don't. If I know enough about the subject that I know what I'm talking about, I don't care if you have a doctorate in taxes. If I know what I'm talking about, I'm going to argue with you. I don't care if you've been doing it for 5,000 years. If you're wrong, you're wrong. So I went round and round in circles with him for like 3 days. Multiple phone calls. And I eventually got to the point where I told him to send me the forms. Send me the information that he's using, and I'm going to look over it and find out where he's fucking up. He didn't like that. But he sent me over to like his secretary and had her email me the forms. And I looked through there and I called him back up and I said, "Oh, I found where you fucked up." I said, "You didn't put that I paid any state taxes. You forgot to fill that in." And he's like, "No way." And then he went and he looked at it and he saw that it was 0 taxes that I'd paid on the form that he was filling out for the state submission. He basically put in there that I hadn't paid in any taxes all year long. And then he got mad and embarrassed, and he would not admit any fault. He blamed his secretary. He was like, "Oh, she filled that out. She did it wrong." And he didn't apologize or anything. And then the third time was that woman that the CDL instructor suggested, and she screwed up my taxes as well. I don't know if H&R Block screwed up my taxes when I was a kid, because I did not check anything. I didn't make very much money, so like I just assumed that a tax preparation service like H&R Block knew what in the hell they were doing. So I just fully trusted what they were doing back then. I was, a young, naive kid. But aside from that, every time I've let somebody else do my taxes, they've either almost cost me thousands of dollars, or they have cost me thousands of dollars in extra taxes being paid because they didn't file it right. So I just don't trust other people to do my taxes. Like, people who file taxes for a living, like, that's not a very good job. Like, that's, unless you're filing, some millionaire's taxes, then people who file taxes for like your average everyday person, those are probably not the best tax preparation people in the world. Like, H&R Block is typically seasonal for tax preparation stuff. The people they do, that they have doing the tax services, I don't think the requirements are very high to like do somebody's taxes at H&R Block. But I highly recommend that all owner-operators do their own bookkeeping and do their own taxes, file their own taxes. Not completely on your own. Use something like TurboTax. But even when you're using TurboTax, you need to understand what the hell you're doing, because TurboTax will send you off in the wrong direction on stuff all the time. You need to go to the IRS and figure out how the taxes are calculated. And there are brackets for how much money you make. It's a very simple math formula to figure out how much you owe in taxes. So you can fill out all your crap on TurboTax and look at the amount of money that TurboTax is saying that you owe and see if that matches up with your math that you did based off what the IRS says you owe. If it doesn't match up, then TurboTax is not putting something in the right place. And you have to be careful when filing your taxes as a small business owner, as an owner-operator, an independent contractor, because you have business and then you have personal. So what you do is you file all your business stuff. If you're doing a sole proprietorship, like I do, a pass-through entity, then it's basically like filing your personal taxes, except you have business expenses. You have your total revenue that comes in, and then you have all of your business expenses. And your business expenses go off of your total revenue. So let's say you made $100,000 gross, and you had $60,000 in business expenses. You write off all of those business expenses, and that leaves you with $40,000. That $40,000 is your taxable personal income. You can then have other deductions on that if you want to itemize deductions, or you can just take the standard deduction, which is like, I don't know, like $15,000 for a single person. And you might have some other write-offs. But the amount after your business expenses, that $40,000, it's like you're starting all over filing your taxes for personal. So you still get to do things like the standard deduction in a sole proprietorship. And that generally gets my taxable income after my business expenses and then after my personal deductions of like the standard deduction, all that stuff. That usually, and gets me down to where like my taxes are based off of like almost nothing, like $5,000 or $10,000. So I pay almost nothing in taxes every year. Get in your lane. The only year I've ever paid a lot in taxes was the very first year that idiot filed my taxes, and I overpaid by like $7,000. I think I might still be able to go back and refile those taxes. Maybe I should do that. $122 miles left. Man, I really need to get the steering shaft replaced. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep going until this contract is over. I might have to figure out a way to get it done while I'm still on this contract. Because the wobble in the steering it keeps getting worse and worse. I think I might try calling a Volvo. I want to see if there's what Volvo dealers there are along this route. No, I'm not going to go to a dealer. I'm not going to get ripped off. I'm not going to pay like $5,000 to get it replaced. I think I'll research it. It should only cost like an hour of labor to replace it. And I should be able to get the part for like a couple $100. It's just an issue of getting the part. Because a lot of these damn shops, they only get the part from the dealer. And I don't know how, I need to call the dealer and see how much they charge for the part. That's what I need to do. Because maybe the dealer has it a lot cheaper than I'm expecting. I'm expecting the dealer price to be like $1,000+, and I can get it online for like $200. The issue is just where to ship it. If I were, heading to the house, and I could just ship it to the house. Little pink VW Bug. I don't remember why we were talking about taxes. I think it's because I was talking about trip advances, and that digressed into talking about fraud, and fraud started talking about taxes, and it just rabbit holes, man. I go down them. So I'm just kind of thinking, I should probably think out loud. Thinking about like how to get the part at a reasonable price. Like if I had the part, it would be pretty easy to get it installed. I just, pay a shop an hour. Somebody might want to charge 2 hours of labor. I would argue with them over that. It shouldn't take more than an hour to install a steering shaft. It's not that difficult. It's something that if I were sitting at home, I would probably do it myself. I might maybe do it myself. I don't know. It'd probably be worth it to just pay somebody $140 to do it for me, just so I wouldn't have to deal with it. But if I were at home, I might install it myself. I've actually looked at how to install it. Basically, all you do is remove the plastic panel below the steering wheel, undo a bunch of bolts right there, and then you undo a couple of bolts on the engine side. Then you slide it out, put the new one in, and do the bolts again. Yeah, I need to check what the dealer prices are for the starter and the steering shaft. Because the starter is getting worse as well. It's getting fairly difficult to start the engine. Ever since it got covered in coolant, with that coolant leak, it's been difficult to start the engine, but it's getting worse. And I've gone in there, and it's in a really tough spot to get to. Steering shaft is easy to get to, easy to replace. The starter is on the inside rail and a really pain in the ass spot to get to. So that the labor cost on the starter might be higher than the steering shaft. If there's another Volvo dealer aside from Bruckner's, I might check with them and see like what they would charge. But Bruckner's, man, they are just such a ripoff. Their prices are so crazy. I remember one of the times I went there, like I flipped out on them. Like I was cussing them out. I was yelling and screaming. Like I was making a really big scene. Because they charged me $400 to give me a quote. To tell me how much it would cost to replace the passenger side mirror. I just asked them to tell me how much it would cost to replace the passenger side mirror, and I asked them if, because the reason I wanted it replaced was the antenna mount snapped off, And I said, I'd also like to know if the antenna mount is a separate part that I can purchase. You know, is it possible to just buy that part, or is it sold in just one assembly? Are there any parts that are sold, and or do I have to buy the entire mirror? And they said, oh yeah, give me a second, I'll get that for you. You can go wait in our break room over there. And they're like, we need to pull information from your truck. And I was like, why do you need information from your truck? It's like, oh, we just need the information so we make sure we get the right parts and stuff. You know, we get your VIN number and all that stuff when we hook the computer up to it. And then I saw somebody come out there and hop into my truck and take it into a bay. And, like, I didn't approve that. I didn't tell them that was cool. So I went back over and I talked to him. I'm like, what's going on? Why did somebody just take my truck and drive off with it? They're like, oh, they're just pulling it into a bay to, you know, take a look at the mirror. I'm like, why? I was like, well, they need to take a look at it to be able to give you the quote. Like, what the fuck, man? And, you know, after like 2 or 3 hours of being there, I went in, you know, I went back in there, like, what in the hell is taking so long? And they're like, oh, let me go check with him. And he comes back, and he's like, oh, he's got the quote for the mirror or something like that. And he goes and he tells me that it's like $1,500, $2,000 or something like that. I'm like, that is crazy. I was like, yeah, I'm not getting that done. And he said, okay, if you're not going to do that, then it'll just be the $400 diagnostic fee. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? $400 diagnostic fee? I said, I asked you for a quote on how much a mirror would cost. I didn't approve you to go do a diagnostic. Nobody asked me about doing a diagnostic. I didn't approve any kind of work to be done. And like, they just played stupid. And I just sat there, and they got their manager, and I yelled at their manager. And they just kept justifying what they did to me. And making excuses and, like, playing stupid. Acting like what they did was, like, they didn't do anything wrong. And I yelled and screamed at them and told them not to do anything else. Don't touch my truck. I didn't approve you guys do anything. And paid their damn $400 and left them a really nasty review. And they called me, they sent me a survey, and I filled out the survey. And then the manager calls me like a week later, and he was like, hey, we've never received a survey this bad before. I was just wanting to know what happened. And I said, are you still playing stupid with me? I said everything in the survey, and I said everything when I was there. Don't act like a dumbass. Hung up on him. So I try not to do business with Bruckner's, but they are the only Volvo dealer anywhere close to Oklahoma City, so I'm forced to work with them on occasion. And I just don't trust dealers. I don't like them, don't trust them. I don't trust mechanics in general, but I really don't trust dealer mechanics.
There's a lane closure ahead.
That $400 that they charged me for diagnostics, that was every second that I was there. From the moment that I checked in at the front desk until the moment I found out what in the hell they were doing and told them to stop, they charged me for every second. That's how shady Bruckner's is. The moment you step in the door, they start their clock before they even start working on it. And even if they're not working on your truck, they're doing something else, they're still charging you. The clock is continuously running the entire time it's in their bay.
There's construction ahead.
Going through West Memphis, Arkansas. Whole bunch of interstates merging right here. Merging and splitting. Ingram Boulevard. I think that's the exit I used to take to go to USA Trucks Terminal. That was the one thing that I missed about being at a company like USA Truck, was having access to their terminals. Whenever I get over here into West Memphis, Arkansas.
Keep right to stay on I-55 South. Follow signs for Memphis, Jackson.
Just a second here. Somebody just moved over in front of me, going really slow.
Keep right to stay on I-55 South. Continue on I-55 South for 9 miles.
But, the hell was I talking about? Oh, yeah. But yeah, I didn't have to worry about parking anytime I was in West Memphis, because USA Truck has a massive parking lot at their terminal. The only thing I had to worry about whenever I was at a USA Truck terminal was my trailer getting stolen. They would drive around and check every trailer on the lot. I'm not sure if they had any other methods of tracking trailers like GPS or something like that. But if your trailer was on the lot and it was due for any kind of maintenance or close to due for any kind of maintenance, then they would just roll up and tell you to disconnect from the trailer. They were going to take it. They were going to do maintenance on it. And if you had an empty, you might have a dispatcher call you up and tell you to disconnect from that trailer, that somebody else is going to take that empty. And if you had a loaded, you might have a dispatcher call you up and tell you to disconnect from that trailer, that somebody else is going to take your load. So you would get your load stolen from you, you would get your empty stolen from you, and you would get your trailer put in the shop for the day if you park there at the West Memphis terminal at USA Truck. It was very risky to go into their terminal. But I didn't have to worry about that stuff nearly as much as an owner-operator. When I was a company driver, they would abuse me when I was at the terminal, stealing loads from me and stuff like that. As an owner-operator, they couldn't steal loads from me. So I didn't have as much risk as an owner-operator, but it was still risky. And they were always telling us to top off DEF in our company trucks when we were at the terminal. They had a big container of DEF that you could pull up to and fuel up. And I asked them if I could use it as an owner-operator, fuel up. They're like, no. You guys are mean. Come on, man, benefits.
Welcome to Tennessee.
Welcome to Tennessee. We are now in Memphis, Tennessee. .55 south to Jackson, Mississippi. I don't think I'm going to be making it as far south as Jackson in this drive shift. Now we're going through all the low bridges. Any loads over 13 foot 6 inches are prohibited on this road. Low clearance ahead. 13 feet 9 inches. All right, we're going around the center lane, gang, here. I'm getting tired of riding nut to butt with these people.
There's a lane closure ahead.
Right lane closed in half a mile. Well, is it actually happening?
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-55 South. Keep left to stay on I-55 South. Continue on I-55 South for 1.5 miles.
Two left lanes blocked on Interstate 40 East. Well, I'm not going on Interstate 40 East, so that's awesome. That was a big ass pothole.
In half a mile, take the I-55 South exit toward Jackson Miss. Take the I-55 South exit.
Oh, bumpity bump. So instead of police, Memphis has signs that say, slow down, Memphis, drive smart, Memphis. How's that work out for you? Like, I'm anti-government, I'm anti-police, but I'm also not defund police. I do think that law enforcement, just a second here, this car in front of me is slowing way down. I think they're trying to get over the right lane. I do think there was, I don't want to use past tense like there was. I know that cops in general now are very on edge, most of them, not all of them. And they're trying to do a lot of public relations type stuff to fix their perception. But there is a huge problem with law enforcement. There's a certain type of person that is attracted to positions of authority like that. A trust position where you have tremendous authority over other people. There's a certain type of person attracted to that. And law enforcement agencies have hiring processes that are supposed to weed those people out, psychological exams and all kinds of things like that. And they do a very bad job of weeding those type of people out. So there are some really good law enforcement officers, but there are also a lot of people that just want to be in a position of authority so that they can bully other people, so that they can have power over others. Everyone that I've ever known that wanted to be a cop for all the wrong reasons. They didn't want to be a cop to serve the community or to help people or anything like that. They wanted to be a cop so that they could have authority and power over other people, and so that they could, drive around in the cop car and, all that kind of stuff. All the wrong reasons. So even though I'm not a fan of the defund movement, I think that it's had some positive impact.
Welcome to Mississippi.
Welcome to Mississippi. It's had a lot of negative impact, but it's also, in my opinion, had some positive impact in reining in law enforcement and getting law enforcement to be careful with what they do. because law enforcement is getting a little out of hand, especially like small town cops. The small town I grew up in, the cops did not follow any kind of rules. They just did whatever the hell they wanted. And the sheriff of the county that I lived in was supposedly like one of the biggest criminals in the state. I'm not sure if he ever got busted, but he was supposedly involved in a lot of drug trafficking and stuff like that. Extortion. There's a second here. I've got dumbasses flying past me in the ending lane and then cutting me off. Just a second here. These motorcycles want to get around that slower vehicle. They're going to move over in front of me. There they go. Trying to give them room. It's probably husband, wife, and there's a little kid on the back of one of the motorcycles. So it's probably husband, wife, kid. I don't want to be close behind them because if something happens, a kid falls off the back, one of them wipes out. I don't want that on my conscience, running over a family and killing like a whole family. Damn, that truck was sitting on the rim. $67 miles to go. Inspection station in 2 miles. So yeah, I should get shut down right at about 9 p.m. And I'm stopping at a mom and pop truck stop, so hopefully there will be parking. Got the bypass. There's a decent amount of parking there. I want to pass, but there's just a really long line of vehicles, and I don't want to be out passing for an hour. Why in the hell did you pass me to cut me off? There's, like, you could be behind me going the same speed. I hate people so much. Like, I created this distance to have a safe following distance, and some asshole just comes around me and gets in my safe following distance. Ooh, lots of people exiting here. Yay! Now we have open road. I can turn my cruise back on. Oh, come on, man. Don't sit alongside me speed matching. Just running me back into the back of slower vehicles. Oh, now you're going to speed up. What the shit? As soon as I turned on my signal, some stupid jackass pops out from behind me. Starts passing me on the right. Man, I was on a really nice nighttime schedule, and now I'm getting back on a daytime schedule. A couple of deer just hanging out in the grass on the right. Oh, that was rough. "56 miles to the truck stop. What am I going to eat for dinner?" Ramen sounds pretty good. Hot dogs sound pretty good. Burrito sounds pretty good. You know what sounds really good? Cheese dip. You know what I think I'm going to make? Is cheese dip and burritos. And I'm going to dip the burritos in cheese dip. I'm going to eat chips and dip, and I'm also going to dip the burritos in the cheese. All right, we're flying up on Prime Incorporated. Cruise is set at 70. The speed limit is 70 on almost the entire route, like almost all the roads I've been driving on this account. The speed limit's been 70 for trucks. It's been 70 for all vehicles. I haven't encountered many areas that have like truck speed limits. 51 miles, we're getting there. I have to figure out if I'm going to do the sleeper split. I'll have to do a 7-hour sleeper break, and that'll give me just enough hours. So if I stop at 9, 7 hours from 9 would be like, what, 4 a.m.? At 4 a.m. I could drive 300 miles. And that would get me to the carbon plant in Addis. And then I would have to take a 3-hour break, and then I would be able to drive another 300 miles. The other thing to consider is sleep. I woke up at around midnight. So at 9 p.m. I will have been awake for about 19 hours. No, I'm sorry, my bad. 21 hours. I can't believe I'm not tired right now. I've been awake for like 20 hours. I was tired earlier today, but all of the work that I did today, installing the electrical line myself and troubleshooting the electrical issue with the trailer and all that stuff, and then dealing with the mechanics and driving around all over the place, going from shop to shop. Driving by that school reminded me of track. I saw a track and field out there. And I think the very first track meet I ever went to was in, oh my goodness, what was the name of that damn town? It was in eastern Oklahoma. I think it was Stillwell. Not to be confused with Stillwater. Stillwater is where Oklahoma State University is at. I think it's Stillwell, Oklahoma. Way over on the eastern side, a little north. I could be wrong about the city. Really small town. And they had like a dirt track. I really couldn't believe that they were hosting a track and field event at their track whenever they had like a dirt track. Because our school never hosted any track and field event because we had such a crappy track. It was basically just a pavement. It was like the same pavement that they do roads with. Somebody just like paved a road around the football field. But I remember I was a distance runner. I ran the mile. But I only ran the mile for one track meet. I was the best distance runner in my class. And distance running was considered anything 800 meters or more. 800 meters is basically a half a mile. So the half mile or more was all considered distance running. Anything less than a half a mile was considered a sprint. So a mile was the longest event that we had at pretty much any track meet that we went to, unless it was like a relay. We had an 800 meter relay, which is like 2 miles. Each person runs a half mile. But I was not good at distance running. It's just everybody else in my class was so bad at distance running. And there were probably some really good distance runners that just chose to run in shorter events. Like we had some people that could probably be amazing distance runners, but they were also amazing at other things. So yeah, I was the best that tried out for the mile. And I crushed everyone. What you had to do on our track team was every week you had to do your event. And whoever like the top 2 or 3 people were in the event, those are the ones that went to the track meets that week. However many people we were taking in that particular event. So it's usually like 2 people per event. So you had to be the top 2 people in an event in order to go to a track meet. And I was the best mile runner by a significant margin. The very first, I'd never run a mile in my life. And like I couldn't sprint worth a damn. I was one of the slowest sprinters, so distance events were my only chance. So I tried out for the mile and never ran it before in my life. And we took off running. All I knew is that it was 4 laps, 1,600 meters. And I was basically just jogging. And I maintained the same pace for all 4 laps, just a jog. and I was lapping people. I ran the mile in like 6 minutes and 30 seconds, which is, if you've ever, like, if you know anything about track, if you know anything about running the mile, 6 minutes and 30 seconds is not very good. Now, this was in 8th grade, but even in 8th grade, 6.5 minutes is not very good for competitive running. Like, if you're just a casual runner, yeah, 6.5 minute mile, that's pretty awesome. But for a competitive runner, 6.5 minute miles are really slow. To put it into some kind of context, even in the 8th grade, the people that were winning the mile in 8th grade were running about 5 minutes flat. So at 6.5 minutes, you would get lapped by first place. That's how slow 6.5 minutes was. And I was way faster than everybody else. Like, we just had some really terrible distance runners trying out for distance running. I think second place ran like an 8-minute mile. That's how much faster I was than everybody else. So then we went to that track meet. And the coach asked me if I would be willing to run the 400 meters. And I'm like, you know how bad I am at that, right? Like, I'm going to come in last place. They're like, well, we just need somebody to run it. Jared is out sick. And I was like, okay. I don't know why I was always covering for that guy. That just, I've never thought about that until this very moment. I covered for him being out sick in track. I ran his events for him in track. And then in football, I took his place in football when he was out sick. What in the hell was the deal with that? I've never thought about that until just now. Anyway, let's go back to the track story. That's kind of weirding me out. So I'm like, yeah, I'll run it, but, don't expect any, I'm not going to place or anything. They're like, all right, cool, we got somebody to do it. And why did they ask me to do it? Not because I'm a good 400-meter runner, but because I was only doing one single event. And I'm like, you do realize the one single event that I'm running is a fucking mile? Like, do you understand how draining that is? And you're asking me to do another event? Like, that's kind of ridiculous. So anyway, actually, no, I ran both of Jared's events. I did the 100-meter and the 400-meter and the mile. Because I remember in the 100-meter, I ran against a guy named Chris Massey, which was like the star athlete in our division of, like, athletics, like football, track. I'm not sure what other sports he played, but he dominated football and he dominated track. Chris Massey out of Spiro, Oklahoma. I bet if you looked him up online, you'd be able to find him. I don't think he ever made it really big in sports, but, like, he was really huge in middle school. Like, he looked like a grown-ass man in 8th grade. In the 8th grade, he was running, like, a 10-second 100 meters. He was running just a little over 10 seconds on the 100 meters, which is crazy for the 8th grade. Like, this guy was an insane athlete. He was like really big for his age, and he was extremely muscular. And he was a super nice guy. I've only ever talked to him one time, and we lined up next to each other to run the 100 meters at that track meet. And he was like, hey there. I was like, hey. Like, I was like kind of starstruck being standing next to him. I wasn't going to talk to him. And he started talking with me, and I was like, he was like super positive and super nice. I was like, hey, I'm just filling in for somebody, so don't use me to pace. You know, I'm going to come in last. I run like a 13-second 100. So I hope I don't ruin your time by being so slow. And he's like, oh, man, no, it's all good. And I can't remember what all was said, but I just remember he was extremely nice, like overly nice, like crazy nice guy, like, and he dominated. Like he crushed everyone. And then on the 400 meters, I remember starting out in the outside lane. So I started way ahead of everybody else because I was in an outside lane. And I remember when we hit the straightaway, they all came flying by me, and I remember yelling out, "You sons of bitches are fast." And they finished almost like 100 meters ahead of me. Like, I was so bad at sprinting. But in the mile, I had a massive improvement in my time. I pushed myself pretty hard in, training, in the little competition we did in our class to see who was going to run the mile in the track meet. I pushed myself really hard to just finish the mile, to just not quit. Because the only people that were out there doing anything were like 6 people running the mile. The other 40 or 50 people were sitting in the stands watching us. And after my first lap, I was way ahead of everybody else. So when I was starting lap 2, there were people going like, I could hear people in the stands saying, he's not going to be able to keep this up. And people were like doubting me. I could hear them saying it as I was running by them. They weren't saying it to me. I could hear them talking as I was running by. And I was like, I'm going to prove you wrong. And by the time I got onto lap 4, like everybody in the stands was cheering for me. Like once I finished, like everybody was congratulating me and telling me how awesome that was, and it was very fun. But when I ran in competition, I actually had people that I was trying to keep up with, and I ran like a 5.5 minute mile. Fastest mile I've ever run. And I gave it everything I had. When I crossed the finish line, I ran over to the grass right past the finish line. I ran off the track onto the grass and collapsed down onto the ground and just laid there on my back trying to catch my breath. Some girl came over. She's like, "Are you okay?" I was like, I couldn't talk. Like I was in so much pain. I gave it everything I had. I barely crossed the finish line. I finished in like 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And the person who won finished just a little over 5 minutes. And that was almost like half a lap. That 30 seconds was almost like a half a lap distance. So first place was finishing while I was still on the opposite side of the track pretty much. A little embarrassing. That was the last time I ran the mile. Well, competitively. I still had to run the mile during training. And I switched to the 800 after that. And I was the best 800 meter runner. Until we did that 4x8 relay. We did the 800 meter relay, and there were only like, we didn't have hardly any distance runners. So I was an 800 meter runner, and I forget who the other 800 meter runner was. I can't remember who in the hell the other 800 meter runner was. But this was the only track meet we'd ever been to that had a distance relay. So all the distance runners got together and we tried to form a relay team. So obviously I was on it because I was an 800 meter runner, and I think whoever the other 800 meter runner was on it. And then one of the mile runners said he'd do it. And then we had to find somebody else. And there was like a 400 meter runner, James Kilpatrick. I think he ran the 400 meter. And we asked him if he would do it. And he agreed. And that completed our relay team. And James ended up being the best 800 meter runner out of all of us. He put up the best time. And after that track meet, I think James started running the 800 meter. I think it was James and I running the 800 meter. I think he bumped off whoever the other 800 meter runner was. And it was the two of us running the 800 after that. And he was better than me. So yeah, there were better distance runners at the school that were just doing other things. We had some really amazing athletes at the school, but all the people that were doing the distance running were like the unathletic people. One of my biggest regrets from sports in school was there was a track meet that we went to where there was only like 4 people running the mile. I think we only had like 1 person running the mile after I stopped running the mile. And our 1 mile runner came over to me and told me there's only like 4 people running the mile. And he begged me to run the mile so that we could get, we'd be able to place. Like, I was faster than him, so I was guaranteed like at least 3rd place if I could just beat him. And if the two of us could beat anybody, if we could get somebody below the two of us, then we would both be placing, and we both get points for our track team. And he begged me and begged me and begged me to run the mile at that event. And I just refused and said, I'm never running the mile again. I nearly killed myself last time I ran that mile. And I still regret that to this day, letting the whole team down and letting him down. Like, that was just a really dick move on my part. That was selfish. That was not a nice thing. And I was not a good 800 meter runner. I never placed at an event ever in the 800 meter. To give you some kind of perspective, some context of how bad I was, I ran the 800 meter in about 2 minutes and 20 seconds or so. And the people who were finishing first were finishing in like right at 2 minutes flat. To finish 20 seconds behind someone in a fairly short event that's only like 2 minutes long, that's a significant margin. That's a big gap. I was usually one of the slowest people. There was a 7th grader that ran the 800 meter, and he was a lot faster than me. He had one of those really pushy dads that would show up to the track meets. Like, it was not normal for parents to go to track meets. It was pretty much just the kids. You hardly ever saw parents at track meets. And his dad would go to like every track meet and coach him, and like his dad was really hard on him. Made him train really hard. But he was good. He was really good. I think he placed in the top at nearly every meet he went to. He was good enough that he would have probably placed in the 8th grade events. My problem with track was always consistency. Like, I never really prepared for track season. I just started training after the season started. So I wouldn't start like getting into track shape until the season was over. The track season, I think, only lasted like 3 months or something. 2 or 3 months. And that's not enough time to go from like a 7 or 8 minute mile down to like a competitive 5 minute mile or lower. I mean, yeah, if you're dedicating your whole life to it, all day, every day, diet, rest, exercise, just maybe you can go from an 8 minute mile to a 5 minute mile in 3 months. Maybe. But that's not really very realistic for most people. And that's about where I started out when track season started. Because we didn't go out there day one and compete for the stuff. We were training and for like a month or something before we, or I don't know about a month. I think it was a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month before we had to compete to go for positions for the track meet. And then I stopped running track for a couple of years because I moved schools and the school I went to didn't have track. And then like my junior year, the school that I went to created a track team for the first time ever for that school. So I joined it, ran the 800 meters again, and was also not very good because I was in poor shape, and it was just like last second announcement that we were going to have a track team. And I was in terrible shape. I don't think I'd played in any sport for like 2 years. No, 1 year. It'd been like a year that I hadn't participated in a sport, so very little exercise in like a year. And then all of a sudden I'm running track, and we're going to our first track meet in like a week. So our very first track meet, I ran into the school that I used to go to in the 8th grade. They were there. So all the people I ran track with in the 8th grade were there. And they were like, oh my God, it's Daniel. Everybody came over and was talking to me, and they were like, oh my goodness, I bet he's so good at the 800. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I haven't run the 800 since 8th grade. I said, I just hope I finish the race. And I got out there, and I don't know what in the world was going on, but I got some kind of adrenaline rush when the race started, and I just dominated the first lap. The 800 meters is just 2 laps. I ran the first lap. It was probably the fastest lap I'd ever run. It was a sub 1 minute lap. And as I passed the starting line, finishing my first lap, my coach, who has never coached track in his life, says, slow down, as I run by him. And it just totally ruined me. I wasn't even thinking. I was just like floating on air. You ever get into that point where your adrenaline's going and you're not even trying to run. You feel like you're just flying. I was in the zone, and I was just flying, and I was so far ahead of everyone. And when he said that, it took me out of the zone. And then I started focusing on every step and focusing on everything I was doing. And I was trying to slow down, and I was trying to control how fast I was going. And I was just, it's kind of like whenever you're walking and you're just doing it automatically, and then you try to take manual control of walking. Like imagine you're trying to walk up some stairs, and then all of a sudden you take over manual control. You take it out of automatic, and you're like stumbling all over yourself trying to walk upstairs. That's what I was like on the track. It was like I was going out of automatic into manual. And I went from just in the zone flying to struggling to breathe, and like my muscles started giving out, and I ended up getting to the last 100 meters. I was leading the race, starting the last 100 meters, the last straight. And my muscles completely gave out in that last 100 meters. And I almost had to walk off the track. I was just limping the last 100 meters, and every single person passed me. And I ended up finishing last in my heat after dominating the entire race. 100 meters left. And I had like complete muscle failure. I think if he would not have said anything to me, like, what kind of jackass says something like that? You're on a 2-lap race, and right when you start your second lap, he tells you to slow down. What in the hell kind of, like, that really confused me when I heard him say that. But yeah, he was not, like, he was a small school coach, and he coached everything. Basketball, football, baseball, track, like everything. And I think he even taught a class. So he didn't really know much about sports. You know, a little tiny school like that, you don't have the best coaches. Just a second here. This person is speeding up. I sped up to try to get around them faster, and they sped up. Like, why do people do this shit? Like, do they just like driving alongside other people? He's still just sitting alongside me. I sped up to 72 to get around him faster. I was going faster than him on my cruise control at 70, but now I'm doing 72 and struggling to get around this idiot. And he just saw somebody with their 4-ways on the shoulder, and he hit his brakes and fell in behind me. And there's a car flying by the both of us on the right. At the last second, the car dipped in behind him. Yeah, I'm trying to remember my times. I did improve in high school. But it wasn't by very much. I went from running like a 220, 800 meters down to like a 212, a 210 or something like that. I think my best time might have been a 208. But in high school, the people winning the race weren't running 200, weren't running 2-minute 800 meters. They were running like a minute 52 800 meters. So the gap between me.
In 2 miles, take exit 220 for Mississippi 330, Tillatoba Road toward Coffeyville.
The gap between me and first place was pretty much the same, if not a bigger gap. So yeah, I was never very good at track. Now you compare me against the people at my school, yeah, I was awesome. I was amazing. But compare me against, all the other best people at their schools, and I was terrible.
Mile, take exit 220 for Mississippi 330, Tillatoba Road toward Coffeyville. Take exit 220. At the next stop sign, turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto Mississippi 330 East, Tillatoba Road.
Alright, I don't see anybody coming from any direction.
In 800 feet, turn left into the parking lot.
Man, these are some low-ass bridges. Like, I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Turn left into the parking lot. Then your destination will be on the left. Your destination is on the left.
Alright. Let's, what in the hell is this over here? That's just a fence with some grass out in the middle of every damn thing. You got people just parked where the hell ever. Make sure I can drive through here. Yeah, this is a little sketchy. I think this is paved. I'm not sure. Looks kind of like dirt, looks kind of paved. Alright, is there a spot next to this guy? If so, I'm going to park here. Let me, yeah, we're going to park next to this white HS truck. Get my seatbelt off, throw my four-ways on. Free parking, free showers. What? Free showers. I remember reading the reviews on this place, and there were a bunch of negative reviews of people saying that the previous ownership used to be really awesome, and they gave away free showers and stuff like that. Alright, we're in the spot, but it's ugly, so I'm going to straighten out. I don't want to park that close to him. Let's get a little bit further away. That's good. That's good. We don't want to be so close that we're bumping mirrors. All right. So let's go out. Switch over to on-duty post-trip inspection. And let me put my headset on. Now let's go out and take a look at the lights. I'll try not to hit any buttons that are going to screw up the video. So, whoa, what happened? It got dark all of a sudden. My headlamp. All right. License plate light works. That's on my tractor, not the trailer. So this light is staying illuminated even after it's flashing, which it was not doing before. All the lights look good. License plate light on the trailer is working. All those lights are working. There are no lights up there. Everything looking good. Oh, bug just ran into my ear. So I'm going to go inside and see if they have any hot food. So that's it for me. I'll probably do a driving video tomorrow as well, but I need to get some sleep. It's been a really long day. So have a good one. Good night.